time. I'd just assumed Enadon had abandoned me. But here before me stands the hero of Melsenshire, in the skin, fresh from the Baelor's blooding. And it appears my prayers have been answered. Tell me, how much goodwill do you have left, Honored One? A Tuatha priest named Rassanon has captured this keep. For 10 long years he has lived as a lord. You see, I am Hilared Gastier, descendant of Lord Eren Gastier and last of my family line. This castle and all within it belong to me. You will be rewarded, my friend. Come. Rassanon knows I cannot pass through his gauntlet alone, but together we can avenge Castle Gastier. Hurry. This is harder than I thought. castle is a wreck. Let's go. Not far now. didn't even seem to remember me. I've given my life to finding and killing Rassilon, and he probably didn't even understand why. But now the quest is ended, here, at home. I want you to have everything of mine as a reward, and to help me forget the many years of tragedy that led me to this end. Now go. I need rest. I deserve rest. It's good to see you again. Yes, I remember Brune. He was kind, silly. There weren't many like him in the court. When everyone else was so grim, Brune and his heart never ceased singing. I wonder how he fares now. Farewell.
Donde vayas, pero de que el jardín, güey, completo.
Ah, no,
me
pues.
venir a revivir, güey.
Va.
Pero exagerado, güey.
Hijo de tu chingada. El vato, güey.
Soy inmortal, güey. No te mató.
No lo mató. Entonces el Víctor y yo somos los exploradores, el Fabián es el que construye, güey.
Ah, güey. Por mientras sí, Simón.
Va, jalo.
Estas sí se aparecen.
Ganamos 3, pero me saqué un... ¿Es todo, Joker? ¿Te sacaste? Chingón.
Sí, igual.
¿Pero para cuándo subes a bronce, güey?
De usar que, güey. Yo no voy a decir nada porque se me trababa. Yo ni le puedo jugar, güey.
Fueron buenas partidas, es todo lo bueno. Es lo bueno, güey, es lo bueno.
Deja agarrar uno, Pokémones que rieguen y de fuego, por favor. Okay. Prioricen esos dos. Hay que agarrar una ovejita también.
Hello. You have gone through much to bring me this, only to watch it destroyed. But it must be done. This letter proves that I am an heir to Gastir, and an heir to his heartlessness. He gave my mother everything, when all she wanted was his love. And now, she's gone. You are my friend. You may not agree, but that is what I choose to believe. You have helped me more than anyone has. I will remember you. I hope you will remember me. She may be the only one truly worthy of the Gastir name, superior to her father in every way. I remember Hill. She and I used to play together in the courtyard. I try not to think of her as a sister. It makes matters all the more confusing. Lord Aaron Gastir, goodbye. I came back to retrieve that letter. No, goodbye.
Todo que en el chat del Discord.
Yo pensé que eras más joven.
¿Cuántos años tienes?
47 dice.
¿Tienes 47, güey? ¿Me mentiste?
Por un momento que era de espagueti.
37, no 47.
Hacen todos los hombres, güey. Mienten su edad para quedar bien.
Yo tengo.
A la verga, ese
A ver,
pedazo
Chico,
para mí.
¿tú has metido tu edad para quedar bien?
Nadie sabe mi edad en este stream, güey. Nada más.
¿Tú has metido para quedar bien?
Para quedar bien, no, pero porque me caga la pinche gente prejuiciosa, güey. Me dice, no mames, estás demasiado grande para saber eso. No mames, estás muy chiquita como para saber. No mames, chiquen todos a su madre con sus putos prejuicios de edad.
Pues a mí me vale verga, la verdad, o sea. Yo no lo digo porque ya se volvió un mame en mi canal, entonces por eso nunca lo he dicho en mi canal. Bueno, sí lo he dicho alguna que otra vez, pero pues se mutean esas partes.
Dormido.
Yo es que no le tengo miedo a decir la edad. Honestamente es un número.
Despertarme porque
Pero si lo
salga el
escribes con letra
sol.
puede ser un texto.
¡Ah, la vida!
Una Biblia.
Cada vez que río. ¡Ey, Adrián, qué pedo! ¿Cómo estás, güey?
¡Ah, el Wishy! ¿El Wishy? ¿Cómo estás, Wishy? Wishy, mi compa.
Pero yo. Uy, mi compa lo dice y lo escribe.
Simón, pues
Caso que no te haya oído.
Pues sí, pues es que está en stream ahorita el Wishy. Está en stream.
Chiva, mi amigo el Adrián.
Que se vea. Que se vea escrito. Kingdoms of Viene el chico salvaje lorqueando. Vine a devolver el favor. Y esos son compas. Esos son compas.
No me andes ventilando.
Ya,
Yo siempre que puedo lurqueo, güey. Hay que juntar puntos. En tu canal tengo un chingo, güey.
¿A ti te lurquea la Chipo TV?
A ver.
El Wishy compa, mi master.
No tengo donde dejar mis chicharrones para emputarme a gusto, espérame.
Ay, aquí la ando bien.
Yo te
Ya
lo
voy a dejar el
escribo.
lure, déjale pongo, ya viene a dejar
¿Qué
el
dijiste,
lure.
Saga?
Nada, le pregunté
¿Qué dijiste?
Sí,
Le pregunté a Adrián que si le lurqueaban.
Ah, o sea,
Le
estás diciendo
lurqueaban.
que yo no te lurqueo a ti. Eso es.
No,
Infiriendo.
no dije absolutamente. Yo no estoy infiriendo.
No,
absolutamente
seguro.
nada.
Gracias.
No te retractes. No tengas miedo, güey. Contéstame. Dime, ¿sabes qué, chico? Yo creo que tú no te pasas a mi canal porque no eres el único que me ha dicho esas cosas, ¿eh?
Valió madre.
Tú no te pasas a mi canal, güey. ¿Sabes a cuántos pinches canales no me paso? Yo solamente lurqueo cuando puedo y cuando están en stream. ¿Sí sabes todo lo que hago durante el día para no poder estar en los diferentes streams en los que a mí me gustaría estar? No pongas tu cara de pinche gatito triste, güey. Pon atención, te estoy hablando.
Miau. Miau. Miau, dice. Miau.
No, así
Ya
no se
vuelvo,
puede
voy a traer
enojar.
Voltaren para eso.
Te están regañando, manito.
Vamos, Chico, te presto un látigo.
Who approaches me?
¿por qué no? O
Sí,
sea, Luis
sí,
Díaz.
así,
esa
Rosalía.
pregunta de dónde salió. ¿Qué?
No, pero ya, yo ya no puedo tomar, güey. Ya un shot más y ya voy a empezar a mentar madres,
Eres
güey.
bienvenida
No se
siempre y
pone
cuando votes por él.
Ah, vamos a echaros un shot por Alex Bedoya. Vámonos por uno. El Rojas, güey.
Con razón.
chido. Este ya se esponjó, güey. El gatito ya se esponjó. El gatito.
Iván no se queda jetón en stream, no es un
Yo nunca me he echado
Oigan.
un shot de compa.
Déjame,
Oigan,
déjame,
¿alguien
déjame.
sabe cómo poner una lista de reproducción en Nicotina?
Iván.
¿Cuál quieres poner?
Pongan una lista de Alicia Villarreal. O la de...
¿Tienes
Ah, ya sé, ya sé. Espérate. ¿Cómo se llama esa
¿Tienes
pinche?
alguna
Espérate.
particular?
Dame, aguanta. Estoy pensando. Ahorita me dices. Espérame.
¿Ven cómo la chica
No,
suena como el TikTok que les pasé?
Espérate, chingada. A ver, güey, espérate.
Ordéate, chipo.
Espérate, estoy tratando de vincular, de pensar. Está bueno. Ay,
Step up. See what I have to say. Safe travel.
No me amoré. Buenas noches, que descanses.
Yo estoy brindando en honor a Luis Díaz.
Güey, yo tengo prohibido decir mi amor en stream. Tengo prohibido decir mi amor porque se... ¿Me puedo tomar un cuartito? Es que no, ya no te voy a aguantar,
Échale, Chipo Díaz. Que si te puedes meter un cuartito. Perdón.
¿Con quién?
No voy a responder.
Pedísima.
Por la seguridad de ambos.
¿Por cuánto tiempo?
Por la seguridad de ambos, más la tuya.
Exactamente.
El rojo.
You look like you've traveled.
Yo no me quise cambiar el nombre. No, no te quise cambiar. Soy Romocamo. Ay, güey, no, ya me está ayuda. Ya me
Far,
ayuda.
but not weaned at
Hello, hello. I've been wondering when you'd return. Everything all right? If that's what you want to do, then I'll do it.
Antojas.
Güey, gracias por lo ¿puedo decirlo? Nada más
What is it?
Cycle the fifth. Akara. I hear him, dear Netta. I hear him in every waking hour, a voice like the rumble of thunder, and one I shall never forget. I must confess, my expedition is over. Dead Kell and his hanged men have dragged me to this chamber. They call for blood. Apparently, they prize their preciously cultivated mystery. It is another weapon they can wield against the outside world.
What do you want? Don't you know that Dead Kell will kill you if he finds you scurrying around in his tunnels? You should have better sense. Better sense than me, at the very least. I am fulfilling my purpose, doing what needs to be done to release me from my imprisonment. But I do it because Dead Kell and I have an agreement. He is not as cold as they say. And he has his reasons for being a monster, just as I now have mine. And you would take me with you, back to Rathia. I have no need of Dead Kell's bargain if I can find another way to escape Gallows End. I will choose to believe you. I cannot become a monster. I am no one. I practiced magic in the Scholia Arcana as an adept. I had a husband and 2 children. The Order asked for volunteers to protect a shipment of goods for the Allmain. I still don't know why I did it. He is one to be feared. Clever and charismatic, the epitome of a rogue. Or at least he was, before his untimely death. To believe him. Who doesn't want to hear that their dreams can become a reality? At first, I found it serene. An island of quiet in the bustle of our maddening world. But the call of home soon became unbearable. Let's go.
Gracias por el rey, compa. Bienvenidos. Ya no sé, Tony. El pecho van así a huevo. Diablo. Por ahí van. Desde otra perspectiva. Pero es algo así. La cosa.
Hi there. I don't know how you managed to convince Angarod you found a ship. Frankly, I don't care. She's free. All I ever wanted was to keep her safe and to get her home. Friends protect each other. And perhaps she has become more than that to me. Even if my feelings were never returned, Angarod will see her family again, but not from dead Kel's prow. I promise you that. Goodbye. Be safe.
Ya no lo he visto. Hombre, anda pedísimo mi compa. ¿Qué dice el hombre? No se estaba, vato. El café medio. Ah, ese. ¿Cuál? El que ya fuimos.
Oh, my friend the scavenger. Listen to this. I have some wonderful news. I found another piece of parchment, only this one has a slightly different color to it. Older, perhaps, more weathered. It is all very odd. I seem to remember more when I've... There are numerous Diverga fastings across this island, but I wouldn't stop there. See you soon.
¿De cuál café en bebida hablamos, güey? A ver.
can I help you today?
Good to see you. Can't chat long. You wouldn't believe. I've been searching the art. Do you see one you'd like me to salvage?
Ah, el Visions of Mana. Sí. Este se llama Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning.
The army does employ mages. Well, I'm off. Be wary.
Un personaje de Tolkien. Bien básica mi respuesta. Probablemente Aragorn o Legolas. No, Legolas no. Gimli se llama, ¿no? El enano. Okay.
Books are so interesting. I will need a day to check back tomorrow. Take care.
¿Tú? ¿O cuál serías? Un orco. Pero dijiste Tolkien. Warhammer 40k es de Tolkien. Los orcos. Nah. ¿En serio? O sea, la raza de los orcos. Ahí nacieron.
Renlock has accepted our offer of alliance. As a token, they've sent the daughter of one of their wardens, Sunhilda Laurel. Apparently, she was sent expecting to marry you. The Losifar are not known for their attention to detail. You will probably want to actually meet her. When you have a moment, check back with me occasionally to see if they've sent us any other gifts. With whom should we engage in diplomacy? The Varani are beyond what kind of diplomatic mission would you like me to? Before we can propose an alliance, we must improve our relations through trade and tribute. Very well. Let me. Ember Deep is a Diverga city on the Obsidian Arc. With whom should we engage in diplomacy? What kind of diplomatic mission would you like me to conduct? Before we can propose an alliance, we. Very well. The pleasure was mine.
No eran los orcos mágicos futuristas. Ah, no, pues no, pues no. Sí. Simplemente orcos. Vaya, vaya. ¿Por qué? Oh, madre, lo voy a llenar.
I hope you're here.
¿Cuál es el último? ¿En serio?
Here to put a little gold. Thanks for stopping by.
¿Quién es el prota? ¿Otra vez este güey del Like a Dragon o quién? Están los dos. ¿Y los usan a los dos? Ah, Ichiban, anda, Ichiban. Sí. El mejor.
You're victorious.
Sí. ¿Y si es? Ay, güey, tú quieres ver.
Remind me, did Akara make dead Kel? That I can do.
Hay que caminar. Pinche madre. Ahí vengo. Ichiban. Estaba nunca he ido desde que salió, desde que lo pusieron. Fue de los primeros de ramen que yo vi. Nunca he ido. Al menos no recuerdo haber ido. Años sin jugar esa madre. Aunque honestamente no soy súper fan. No mames, en vez de poner Anime World, se pone a transmitir la serie, se maman. Sí, te creo. No me falta que moneticen también. Ay, güey.
Like the gilded ghosts of youth, the curving plates of fey-like scrolls decorate the life's guard of this impostor. It says, "I am like you, Fey Spirit," and shimmers with a brilliant gleam. This cuirass of the Fey Hunter.
Let me guess. The army has you out here on it. Really? You really don't know, do you? They're a collection of frond-leaf dolls. Very rare, very valuable. You would do that? Legend says that the dolls were last seen in Lady Ancella's hands when...
Let me guess. You're a... Welcomed. Unlike the Tuatha, I fought countless battles and survived an interminable siege to return to my native land. Nostalgia does not drive me, but taking my place on the throne will not be easy. Before he died, my father hid the symbols of his station, so that I speak of the famous Seal of Ancilla and the verdant blades, my father's royal medallion and war chakrams. Without them, I am nothing but a soldier. I was hoping you'd volunteer, getting the heirloom. As for her name, if you can convince Hilared to give you the key, you will need to retrieve the items from the lockbox in the old family fortress of Seawatch. Goodbye.
You there. You must help me. There isn't much time. I'm the last one. My name is Finn, General Finn of Tilera's army. My men and I were part of a unit called the Ariod that pushed into Cluricon. We were securing the dungeons of Castle Ancilla when it happened. I tried to get us out, but we were surrounded, trapped. That fool Private Gottlieb shoved me down the refuse pipe. You're a brave soul. Warriors like you must have made the difference in Melsenshir. The gates to Ancilla are chained and find Private Gottlieb. My men are waiting.
Greetings, mortal. What brings you to Ancilla? Torture? Imprisonment? I have been waiting many seasons for the return of my friend and master, Lord Ancilla. Do you know of his whereabouts? Goodbye.
You to this state. Damn that man. But we can't leave. Tigneri, the madman who lords over this castle, he will not back down when the Alpha come. We must kill him now. Otherwise, many of our brothers and sisters in the approaching up. Let's go. Close.
El Miguel. ¿Qué onda?
strength of contempt, fear, and hate courses through the rushing veins to the very fingertips. The instruments of war are readied, light in the grip, and machinations of the gauntlets of the Fey Hunter.
You're not going to tell anyone. Not that I've done anything wrong, mind you. I just didn't have the will to fight anymore. So, Private Elia Madmere, reporting for duty. Oh, I am not fooling anyone. Listen, I've got some useful skills to trade, if you're willing to keep my little secret. I'm not interested in battle. I want to join the Travelers. Stealing beats killing. See you!
Run!
We feel the glare of a silver raptor, a furrowed brow, eyes that pierce the veil. We see the scowling, engraved face of...
By the gods, it was horrible. He killed them all, and nothing could stop him. It was Dren, that freak who guards the House of Pride. He told us to leave, but he's just one Fey, and not even a Tuatha. The worst thing was, he seemed sorry to kill us. You can turn around and run.
Turn back or die. That's what all invaders said. And he was not alone. Like the weave unraveling, the Tuatha now tainted the purity of Mathon's court. These new immortals, the Tuatha Daon, were no longer the solemn Fae of the East. Their essences twisted into a ravenous host, unsettled, unnatured. From the nothing of winter came Gadflow's malice.
Ok, ya me voy.
You have 5 seconds.
Oh. Pero 5. ¿Qué más? Ah, la verga. Vámonos. Pues no le puedo hacer nada. Pues qué hago.
You look familiar.
It seems you caused quite a row in Castle Ancilla. You have my eternal gratitude. It would have been an honor to fight beside you at Mel Senshir. Please, take this shield. Good luck to you.
You should explore the... Goodbye. You should explore the keep of House Gastier. I hear it's quite a vast place. I guess if the last I saw of Hilared was at the Battle of Mel Senshir. Try checking her family's keep, Castle Gastier. Goodbye.
Honor to you. You have earned great. If you have a moment, could I? Since the battle, several of my men have asked for the chance to challenge the champion of Mels. You slew Malwyn, and 5 of our greatest fighters have asked. Excellent. This should prove it. Go with Lyria. That law prepared for your next. You'll go with Lyria.
Greetings. What may I do for you? Happy hunting.
You search Phaedra will. Go with Lyria. You handled Phaedra readily. Adrian, it will take the go with Lyria. Adrian fell harder than I thought he would. Well done. Your final challenger is my sister, Ragnar. She will bury her sword in your heart if you are not careful. Go with Lyria.
You truly are the champion of the war. Maybe one day I'll forge a blade worthy of your hand. Happy hunting.
One by one, the greatest of the Alpha have faced you, and I am brought. Let us see what you go with Lyria. you're worthy of honor, warrior. Take this. The Alpha honor you, champion. May the Tuatha fear your coming. Go with Lyria.
Most of the army has...
Well fought. I haven't had a beating that bad since the first war.
Well, you bent me over the anvil right pro- Give them hell.
At last, you come, and we can recover the key. When I last walked here, it was a solemn place, but we cannot dwell on what has transpired. To reach the key to the sorrows, we must first seek 3 votives in addition to this one. They will grant us passage. Goodbye. Time is fleeting. Goodbye.
No, lo quito. Quito nomás.
So you have gathered. When we reach them, then I will tell you more on the subject. Goodbye.
¿Cuál es?
The way is clear. Come, let us press on. Before we can reach the key, we must bypass the prying eyes. Then the key to the sorrows will be ours again. Goodbye. We have reached the Crying Eyes. They alone guard the way to the key. You must approach them, mortal. Goodbye.
Qué conciencia, oigan.
Time is fleeting, mortal. Approach the Crying Eyes and observe. They show you the knowledge you need to advance. Answer what they ask. Goodbye. That is the key to the sorrows, mortal. It is perhaps not the sort you are used to, but that is certainly it. It is a branch of the ancient and wizened tree whose roots touch this world and Ashara, the plane of magic to which all Fae belong. It is a branch of the gallows tree. The sorrows take the form of the gallows tree in both realms, and this branch creates the bridge between them. Come, let us ferry it to Bizarane. Goodbye.
Hijo de su chingada.
Yes? Oh, how please, let me introduce. Do not misunderstand. I adore the Lord and Lady, but my first responsibility is to the fortress itself. But of course it is. Do you see anyone else of substance? Another Sea-Watch was the first of the Ancilla castles, and the finest. But as your newest and only advisor, I suggest... Wonderful, I would start with Connie. The last we saw of the poor creature, she spent much of her time... Goodbye.
¡Ya basta, Freezer!
No. Lo que no sabes que no vamos a jugar.
I understand that you may be busy, but I would truly enjoy seeing the sun again. Sea-Watch. Yes, that's what it was called. I enjoyed my tenure there. The Tuatha imprisoned us. Would you be so kind as to locate the key to this dungeon door? Solitude in no way a farewell.
Usted desayune si quiere desayunar, no pasa nada. ¿Quién se la va a hacer de pedo? No creo, no. ¿Quién dijo que era de huevo? A ver. Pero si conviertes a la Carla, y no creo porque se va a regresar a dormir, ¿verdad, Carla? Oh, vale, madre.
You are truly a mortal of my master's ilk. That is where I go now, to prepare the fortress for his return. Goodbye.
Y ya la verga. Sí. Cayendo el culo.
Yes.
My children will know be well.
You found the door. So tell me, was there any truth to the old legend? Too bad. Well, I'll take another look at them when I get a chance. Listen, Private Odekirk died yesterday, and, well, it's better not to waste good armor.
Our next best course of action. Always want to fight for justice. Farewell.
I think you'll find that I've convinced the reagents in your garden to be extra potent in your potions. Greetings, mortal. May you find warmth and sustenance this day. May I help? Farewell.
What is it? Well, I am Sergeant Odai. Sea Watch? Are you trying to rebuild that old ruin? If you're serious about this, then I would leap at the chance to be involved. But I cannot just abandon my post. Not with my men depending on me. There is a young Alfar by the name of Private Cornall in the camp south of here. I have watched him for some time, and he would make a fine officer. Well... Hi there. Can you smell the milk?
Hey, what do I know you? I fought with Captain Gastier at Melsenshire. And you were talking to me? The sergeant is a legend. I have fought in a number of campaigns. Fine. If it is the wish of Sergeant Odai, then I will relieve him of command. I appreciate your vote of confidence. Sometimes one opinion can make all the difference.
Oh, damn.
So you have spoken to Cornall. Cornall is a fine soldier. Under his command, these men here will be fine. Really, goodbye.
No, non vedo One Piece. El último, ¿en serio? Madre mía, Willy.
Greetings. Let me be the first to tell you how pleased I am to see Arian Odai out and about. Of course, I don't do bad work either. Only one member of the staff remains to be found. Rumor has it that he's prowling the spoils at Melsenshire, the scruffy little scavenger.
Eso es súper. Los marcadores. Grande Amalur.
Hey there. Call me Astor. Astor Collier. Is this a jest? Sea-Watch, that old ruin? Ha! You'd sooner find me picking loot off the dead. Actually, now that I think of it, that's not a bad idea. Let me consider your offer. At Sea-Watch, I'd have private access to the sea and a protected perch. Private Edstar possesses a prize that I desire, A dagger belonging to one of the Tuatha generals who fell in battle. It would fetch a fine price. Bring it to me. You can find Freedy in the tavern or around town. Worst soldier I've ever seen. She's in it for the loot. Goodbye.
Eso sí.
Yeah, what is it? Wait. I know you. Sure did. I've refused 4 offers for it, broken the nose of a guy who tried to steal it, and turned down one proposal of marriage. That dagger's mine. Really? You think so? I never thought about that. I'm walking around Cluricon with a target on my chest. We all are after Melson Shear. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's not worth the trouble. I'm so close to living through this war that the last thing I need is to die over a souvenir. Here, it's yours. Thought the siege wouldn't...
What can I do for you today? Hey, stranger.
Welcome to the war. Looking to restock. Ilan Doldran has what you need. I'm back again.
Hello, it is the hero of Melson Shear. Care to take a look at my wares? Another time, then.
Need anything? Ah, very good. Very good indeed. If you weren't so busy slaying Niskaru lords, you would probably make an adequate thief. I'd say stick to the slaying, though. I'll go back to Sea-Watch with you. That one is a wart on a Bolgan's ass. Later, then.
The Tuatha lines have broken. Please, forgive my melancholy. I am Adrian Tyr, and I owe you my thanks. Though many have been lost, I was dead, or I should have been. He fought like a demon, and I was able to escape. It shames me, but I once held such mercy. He was cut off and surrounded by the Tuatha. However, his body must lie somewhere in Cursewood. It would give me peace to learn of the Varani warrior. The last I saw of him, he would farewell.
You're the one who slew the Baylor. I command the up. My men are scouting the two. They are overdue. In fact, if you are venturing, 3 of my men are missing. Warrior to warrior, I would be in your debt. Later then.
What are you doing out here? Tell him I'll be along shortly. I've got some unfinished business. The two of us You're the hero of Melsenshire, right? Deadeye's in. But you can venture into Shattertear and hunt the hunt. Farewell.
Tyrants used me for their own gain, and why not? I was, after all, a powerful sorceress who commanded the elements and conjured fear in the heart of any who would oppose her. Oliskar, my apprentice, the entire time was inciting the rabble against me, the witch. You should have known better than to trust him. And Atham, of course, right there, stealing from my library and purse. How could you be such a fool? Atham was someone I thought I could trust.
Son todas las notas, güey. Hay que aprendérselas. Son fa, mi, sol, la y si bemol. Si quieres llevarlo, re sostenido, ¿no?
Tócate la de.
En este lado tenemos, en este que están aquí estos botones, realmente hay unos bajos. Si tú tocas, por ejemplo, vallenato.
¿Vas a tocar los bajos?
Bachata. Bueno,
consensuado, por favor. Cuidado con eso.
Ya hablando con gente civilizada, por favor, no.
Mira, dice, ¿cómo fue que te surgió la idea o el sueño de aprender a tocar el acordeón? Pues es cierto, como que no hay mucha gente que diga, no mames, quiero aprender a tocar el acordeón. No, güey, ¿por?
Yo pensé, fue la idea de tocarlo bajo.
Realmente en el realmente no hay nada. Necesitamos los bajos. Mano. De 5-1 a 1 así. Pero aquí hay unos bajos.
Es que la gaita es bien parecida a...
Deadeye is... And now, I best return to Captain Drafan. Farewell.
Still, I owe you much. Take this gold in gratitude. Farewell.
aléjate más de la... A mí no me gusta que me trates mal.
Guau, chavato. ¿De qué habla? Yo traigo
A ver, tócanos algo que tú hayas compuesto.
A journal. He speaks of a... Thank you, champion.
Ojalá que así
¡Qué
sea.
bonito!
Todo sale bien.
El vato.
¿No? ¿La plana que qué? No funciona.
No, vato.
¿Qué pasa la nicotina? Le faltó eso. ¿Y luego?
Dos limones.
¿Y qué rima con frente, cabrón? Y tienes amarillos los dientes. A huevo, ¿cómo estás? Capaz, hombre, quisiera tener melones. Pues fíjate que limones, pero no de tu michelada acá. ¿Cómo te la ven? Y para la soda, dice. ¿Quién le echa limón a su soda? ¿Quién le dice soda al refresco? No, ni que quisiera pedorrearme todo el día, güey. Una soda con alcacenter, qué chingados. Puro hocicón a la pinche tipo. Y se está cuajando el salón. Denme ideas.
Que depende, o sea, ¿de qué quieres?
This old keep will need some sprucing up. But at least Racinon's brutes will no longer decorate the halls. Farewell. It's good to see you again. It gets somewhat lonely up here. Did you say the Ancilla key? Why, yes, of course I have it. In 10 years, I've never let it leave my sight. Are you saying that Droon is alive?
Orejona,
Wait,
rima con mamona.
this
Sí,
could be a
rima.
trick.
Eso.
How do I know you're not here to seize the Gastier domain just as I'm about to win it back? Droon, I'd never forget. Our family's stoked such
Cachetona, mira,
hate.
cachetona
I
está.
could never hate Droon. He was the reason I wanted to survive the Bogan, to come back, start over, take the key, give it to Droon, send him good wishes. Perhaps when all of this is over, he and I can resume our friendship. Farewell.
Ah, qué caray, ¿quién vive? ¿Quién vive?
My liege, it is done. Might I say that I have lived a long time and attended to many of noble birth and honorable disposition. The castle is yours to rule as you see fit, my liege. And as always, your humble staff is at your service. Farewell. How may I serve you today? Farewell.
Hi there. Moving back to Sea-Watch was... the best decision I... So long!
I haven't slept since you left. You've revived my family. Take the verdant blades. You must. I do not wish to rule my new domain with fear and fire. The seal is enough. Farewell.
The key to the sorrows. My reliance on you to this point was never my initial plan. But when I learned how willing you were to hound the Tuatha, I saw you would rise to every occasion. How could Saturnin have eluded the minds of so many for these long years? Simple. He was a ruse. His existence was fabricated. While all eyes watched for Saturnin, another was free to wage his war. Namely, me. All for the glory of Gadflow and our god. When you killed the Baelor, I saw an opportunity to end the house and the mortal armies simultaneously. You became my road to a perfect victory. You mean, why not announce my intent in a more obvious and boorish, or shall we say, mortal? I had to have the Sorrows, but they were lost. It took years before I even learned of the Eldest. To reach the Eldest, I needed this house to die. To do that, I needed a rebellion. To do that, I needed an assassination. To do that, I needed you. True, I do not share the face of my brethren. As I explained to Gadflow, it was a necessary part of the plan. I have not worn this mask without sacrifice. Too long have I gone without feeling the warmth of Prismeer or the love of my god. But soon this will end, and I can take my rightful place again. Your ignorance of Fey culture, meaning your intonation, made you ideal. You lacked the context others might have used to expose me. But there is more. You are the hero of Melsenshir. You may not admit it, but you are a symbol to mortals, a rallying point for their armies. Who better to be the blade that I used to kill the Alfar? Who better to destroy the House of Sorrows? It makes my triumph complete. Perfect. You threaten me with death as though it is some great finality. We might both testify to the... I will excuse your inevitable resistance, but if you have any sense, then you already know that you cannot reach me nor follow me. We part ways here. Find comfort, at least, that you will be long dead before the Sorrows flood the minds of your mortal armies. Mercer will cut you down here. Farewell.
No, they're gonna kill the eldest. You survived. For better or worse, I know not. The house is in ruins, the eldest lie butchered, and Bizerain has betrayed us to the Tuatha. He must be denied. For our honored sorrow, our broken pride, our due vengeance. He cannot be allowed to use the house for war. He is at the birthplace of summer and winter, where the Weeping King first pooled the anguish and decay inherent in all Winter Fae. Ashara, it is the plane from which all Fae descend when they are reborn. and to which they return when they die. I fear you may have had enough of secrets, but here is mine. I am the Weeping King reborn. Bizerain needed a key to reach the Sorrows. I do not. I do not know what will happen if I attempt to bring you into Ashara, but you have a strong will. That alone may save you. Bizerain has a head start on us. However short, it is likely still enough. Be on your guard. We must hurry. You have a strong force of will, stronger than I felt possible. I have never heard tell of a mortal that could stand in Ashara, but we are here. I can recall now. Bizerain will be there, but he has prepared himself. This barrier keeps us from him, and yes, we can. But Bizerain is no fool. He will not leave them unguarded. Bizerain is correct in that he can manipulate the magic of this place, but we can manipulate it as well. The barrier is strong, but it feeds off nexuses of energy and those are vulnerable. We must destroy them to reach Bizerain. We must hurry.
We meet again, mortal. Remember, no swords, fire, and then, nothing. But he brought me back to fight you. I cannot
dare tread here. I have been dead a short time, and already I learned so much since he raised me. Because of you, the house is dead.
Anderson.
Finally, you have come. I must admit, I did not give you credit when last we faced each other. My master has raised me to protect his labors. Perhaps if I take your head here, my master will have faith in me once.
So you have finally reached me. I sought to stop him, and then you came and killed me. And now I am a puppet to his will. He cannot be stopped, mortal.
You have slain what vestiges of your past I could conjure, and the barrier has fallen. So now, we are here. You think your presence here can stay my spells? The last words have been uttered. You are too late to stop me. I cannot. You do not understand, Fey mortal. What I do is for the good of all the Winter King. There are fires coming to this world. Only the Tuatha will be able to bear these tribulations.
Vizirain may be dead, but the death blow is still his. The Sorrows have already begun escaping their seal. We need to act quickly, or this will all be for nothing. I must seal the Sorrows within myself. It is a noble sentiment, mortal, but you do not understand. They must be anchored in Ashara, and you cannot remain here. Only I can. But please, bear witness to this last act. Tell the world what happened here. We must hurry.
Godfrey's voice has fallen silent in this land. We owe you much. We are now free to press forward. And I can take you to an old friend who knows the next step. Yes, we will take you to his filthy tower on the island of Danistar. I would like nothing more than to let him rot there. But he knows of a way past the sentinel of the House of Pride. But there will be more danger on the path ahead. Take these blades to prepare for whatever troubles you will face at his tower or beyond. I'll gladly collect the hearts of every Tuatha, but even I can't find a way through their defense at the House of Pride. Only Ventrinio can do that. We can leave from a darkened tree in the Caelid coast to the southwest. Aelin Shear will join us there. Together, we will walk the shadow to his tower. I've heard of her, and I've seen her work. A dead diplomat here, a salvaged peace treaty there, a handful of lies told to protect an innocent. But even as a collector of secrets, there's precious little I know about her. Nothing could be more beautiful than a mystery like her. We will meet again at the Shadowed Tree. Godflow will pay for the corruption.
Tuatha are on the run. Good work. Plus, it's much more pleasant here without Gadflow bellowing at me from all corners. But enough pleasantry. Are you prepared for your reunion with Ventrinio? The notes we got from Octien say that you were employed as Ventrinio's assistant in his secret laboratory. You were with him in Alabastra when you died, but the notes weren't clear on what happened. I'm sure the two of you have so much catching up to do. Very forthright of you. I'm sure he'll be very reasonable. He probably won't even ask why you're back from the dead. Just make sure he lives long enough to get us into Alabastra, and you can count on my help. He's a worm, but a useful one. Octien took quite a risk setting him up in Cluracan. Must have made a lot of deals to keep him safely hidden away. A close friend once told me, strive to be whatever you want to be. Fate might be a lie, but if it isn't, then worrying about it won't change a thing. Believe it or not, the House of Sorrows is the most welcoming of the Unseelie houses. Then again, a viper nest is friendlier than the houses of pride and vengeance. The Winter Court, or the Unseelie, embrace the destruction and decay of nature. They aren't evil, but they aren't exactly the best of friends. Normally they share power peacefully with the Summer Court. But since the Tuatha have seized power, there is neither peace nor predictability. The Summer Court, or the Seelie Fae if you prefer, embody the growth and energy of nature, but they can still be as aloof and uncaring as a brutal summer day. The current High King of the Fae is Titarian, the wisest of the Summer Court. While Gadflow has undermined the Winter Court, he tries to keep their cycle in balance. I've heard tales of his work, half trickster, half spirit of vengeance. Danistar is almost perfectly defended. Ventrinio could keep an army off of its shores. Good thing we found another way there. We are the charmed, the subtle, and the inspired. In happier days, we were the loftiest of the mortal races. We despise open war. But for decades, the Tuatha have been at war with us, pushing into our lands and forcing us to take up arms. For a long time, they were content to keep to their play of the summer and winter courts. Now we fight Gadflow and the Tuatha for our very existence. Sidon's band of merciless Fae with lifetimes of training and everything to fight for? Yes, I think they'll be quite useful allies indeed. You haven't been around much, have you? The Tuatha have been pressing west from their home in Alabastra. Right now, they're only threatening my people. But if we fall, the Tuatha will turn their eyes to the other mortal races. Niralim is the oldest living mortal. He remembers the time before even the Fae called these lands home. You should see how they cherish him. He rarely grants an audience to visitors. His tenders say he knows the future as well as the past. It makes him very particular about what he says. Secret Fae paths through elemental darkness? Magic like that should be closely guarded. Imagine how powerful it could be. We've known for a long time that Prismia crystals allow us to store and focus magical power. The gnomes use it in their grander inventions, when they can get it. But we have no idea how Gadflow got a hold of so much of it. It makes his Tuatha the most dangerous army I've ever seen. Titarian isn't quite what you'd expect from the High King of Summer. But he hasn't got the arrogance of his cousins, or their cheer. Ever since Gadflow killed the High King of Winter and started the war, Titarian has become distant and melancholy, and blind to the dangers around him. The Tuatha are a radical sect of Fae within the Winter Court, led by Gadflow and his insane rants about their new god. They've taken power and declared war on mortals. They use raw Prismia to enhance their power, and their devotion borders on madness. But the most terrifying thing to the Fae is simply the fact that their siblings have changed so completely. The Gardens of Issa, home of the Summer Fae, once spread from the forests of Dalentarth, across the plains of Erethel, and even through the deserts of Ditir. Between the madness of the war and the spread of man, Alfar, and Gnome, the Summer Fae lose a little more ground every day. A tragedy for them. Of course, this is bound to be informative. I'm just disappointed I never had a chance to see the original Well of Souls. I believe our new friend has a disturbing path of living shadow to offer you.
Good luck with the gnome, especially if you plan on killing him. Stand in the pool of shadow, close your eyes, and touch the tree. I'll take care of the rest, and don't open your eyes while you're moving through the shadows, no matter what you hear. Yes, I traveled with Agarth back in his prime, but those are stories for another time. The House of Sorrows is home to the lovelorn, the desperate, and those ravaged by hope. Together, my brethren and I took back what the world had taken from it. Now, the Tuatha have taken our people, our houses, and our self-respect. We grieve at these losses, but we shall take them back by whatever means necessary. We're only a shadow of what we were before Gadflow poisoned our minds. Seems natural for embodiments of decay, doesn't it? But unlike our lighter siblings in the Summer Court, we'll fight to cleanse the Tuatha from our lands, just as any wounded animal would. When mortals think of Fae, they prefer to think of the Summer Court. And why not? They're radiant and true, even if they are too full of themselves. By all means, pretend all the Fae are like them. You'd never dare go to sleep if you truly understood the rest of us. I am Sidon the Outcast. Once I was Prince of the House of Sorrows, but my true duties are to my kind. The Winter Fae have been disgraced and despoiled by Gadflow and his new god. For House and Heartbreak, I shall end his reign. Danister Island is sheltered from visitors by stone and storm. Exiles of the Winter Court were once banished to its lonely shores. We know of a secret shadowed path, a legacy from a house all too familiar with exile. We have walked these lands for countless ages, always playing the same roles, always seeing to the proper cycle of birth, death. Now, we face the end of our ways. Not from the mortals, as some had feared, but from our own kind. We are the remains of the Winter Fae. Refugees from the capital of Bale. Outcasts from the houses, and those who escaped Prismia Blades. The Tuatha have taken our court and our birthrights. And for that, we will take their lives, to restore a balance once again. Home of my heart, and grave of my troubles. This is where the brave and foolish come to die. And in death, they feed the swift and sly. My people are no strangers to exile on the barren island of Danistar. To steal back our freedom, the House of Sorrows forged a path to the coast through living shadow. It's safe so long as you keep your eyes closed during the journey and ignore the whispers. Prismere has always grown in our lands, but only with a surge of magic into our world was it anything other than a simple gem. Tuatha have corrupted the very soul of the Unseelie, twisting our people, stealing our noble houses, and driving our true leaders into exile. I've tried to get the Unseelie to unite against them, but by the time we realized their threat, it was too late. But I'll not give up. We've seen Ventrinio leave the island before, but until recently, he always had company. Usually they were henchmen. Sometimes they were corpses. And once, not too long ago, it was you. The shadow awaits. Make it quick.
I hope you're ready for this. I believe this island smells like death. Stay behind me. Whatever that gnome's been up to, it looks like he's made of... Just as Hughes thought, Ventrinio used the same wards from their old lab. This'll be quick. We have to keep moving. This tower hasn't got...
The energy from the Well of Souls is overwhelming. Damn it! What's wrong? And why are there so many labs?
Sounds like our rat is caught in a trap. I'm sure he'd be happy to help whoever saves him. Careful, or we'll get trapped up there too. Here's where we part ways. I'll stop the lads at the stairwell. You get upstairs and retrieve Ventrinio. I'll hold this staircase.
A new source of power? What sort of nonsense is this? If anything had come in here, my detection spells would have... Wait, who's down there? Show yourself!
When you get up here, try not to look directly into the well. It can be a little upsetting. Damn it! Hurry! Before the whole well starts to collapse. Took your time, gods damn it! Ever since the Baelor was defeated, the chaos magic sent the well off its alignment. You show up, and now the Laz are... Wait. What? It's you? You're alive! But I saw you die! It was terrible. You were the best assistant I ever had. Who else could have helped me get into Alabastra? Who else had that ambition? We got more than enough Prismere, but you wanted to track down the power source, even if it meant sneaking right onto Gadflow's nose. I spent days trying to recover your body, but I never expected to find you alive, or for you to return. Speaking of which, how did you return anyway? Of course you did. You went there to steal Prismere to power the well, and you wanted to go after the source of the Prismere itself. You went off, geared for war, sneaking into Baal itself. You damned fool! I had a better chance of bringing you back from the dead than I had of changing your mind. But I wasn't able to do either. What? That's impossible. You were attuned at this well. You've never even set foot in his lab. Hughes is a joke. He doesn't have the stomach for this work. Don't try waking the dead if you're not ready to make a few corpses, I say. But the well is coming down around us. Quick! I've got to slow the energy and shut this thing down. And don't... Oh, damn it all. Here they come. Hold them off. The Laz are here. Hold them off while I try to stop the flow of energy to the well. Ignore the rumbling. Focus on the Laz. But at least we're still alive. Once again, I triumph over death itself. Going back into Alabastra. Well, I still have a way in, but it's more dangerous now than the last time we went. I'll need more Prismere if I'm to rebuild the well. And I suppose I owe you something for saving my life. Perhaps this talisman can help you. It's a little something I salvaged from the debris. It might just help against whatever killed you the first time. We got in with a little help, of course. See, it's all because of Callus Dren, the defender of Pride. In his house, no one can stand before him. None can even approach, unless you have my little secret. Patience, patience. I'm going to have to dig it out of the rubble of the tower. Go to the field of Huber, and I'll meet you there. And if you value your life, do not approach Dren. I know the type. Lucky youth, peaked early, then crawled into a bottle and waited to die. I'm impressed you dragged him away from that bottle, but I wouldn't expect him to do any heavy thinking. You mean your deadly little shadow? I know her type. All smiles now, but it's just so she can get close enough to stick her knives in you. Arrogant fools, all of them. At least we could sneak past them when they were overconfident. Now that the army's at their gate, they'll be watching for us. After an unfortunate incident with the Templars, Octian decided to move my work someplace a little further from the public eye. We both felt that an island in another land behind the front lines of a war might just be far enough from prying eyes. Dren, defender of pride. One of twin defenders, quite powerful in their homes. But did you know they were also entirely immune to each other's powers? And it seems the defender of valor quite disappeared when her house fell. Imagine how useful she would have been if she were here today. Simple bone soldiers, easy enough for any decent mage to build and animate. They're not really alive any more than a puppet is. He wasn't fit to hold my crucible, much less carry on my work. He could barely even stand to cut open a warm corpse for study. I can't imagine the reason you came back in his well instead of mine. Probably some freak attunement transfer. A horrible, messy, ugly place. Too dark to keep bodies preserved and too hot to keep them from stinking. Oh, to be back in a cave in Datir. Partial successes at best. They remember how to fight, but that's about all they're good for. Named them after an old nursery rhyme. Damn things are always moaning all the time. I thought it might shut them up to give them a name. You don't remember it? Well, why dredge up the past? After all, you're fine now, aren't you? You're not the type to hold a grudge, right? You were my assistant in the well, and a damned good one at that. Octian hired you personally, said you were especially resourceful, and left it at that. I didn't know anything about you before you worked for me, and I knew better than to ask. You didn't like talking about yourself. Actually, you didn't like much of anything. Honestly, you were a terror to be around. But you've changed. I can tell. Before you died, you would never have been this diplomatic. You probably would have knifed me for answers by now. Oh, speaking of which, you left this in your room before you died. Take it, take it. We were in Alabastra, and I never thought it'd be dangerous. At least, not very. Oh, don't give me that look. Accidents happen. You can't make an omelette without leaving a few corpses. Fine. We were collecting Prismere and Alabastra. We needed it to power the well, of course, and you got a wild idea to track down the source of the power. I tried to stop you. I really did. But you decided to sneak into Amethyst, and I wasn't about to get killed. I spent days trying to get your corpse back, but to no avail. Much as I hate to admit it, I should thank Hughes for succeeding where I failed. Octian, the man lacked vision. Can you believe all he wanted was his own personal immortality machine? Such a narrow-minded goal for a Templar. Still, he wasn't squeamish about what had to be done in order to develop the well. I suppose he paid well, too, if you'd consider that any reason to pursue the sciences. The Well of Souls is a noble project. Yes, sacrifices have been made. Laws have been broken. People have died. And they will continue to die. Don't you see? That's exactly what I'm trying to prevent. How many have died in this war? Thousands. The bodies are shoulder deep in the battlefields, but for trying to cure it, they call me a monster? We needed tremendous quantities of Prismere to fuel the well, but it's almost unheard of outside of Alabastra, so we had to sneak in to gather our own. My name is Ventrinio Desalini, and I am Professor Emeritus Abscondus of Post-Mortem Studies at the Odessa University. Of course, that was all before I began work on the Well of Souls. Such an important undertaking doesn't leave much time for other pursuits, you know.
Get going.
There's a lot of rubble to search.
Get going. And remember, don't go near Drain until I get... What can I interest you with today? Alice, I've just received a So long! Here to haggle. Moving back to... Sea-Watch was the best decision. So long!
Need a bed? Gordon run. Oh, really? Someone finally answered. Now that's what I like to see. Keep the peace.
As we gaze down from our high hill and feel the last warm touch of the sun on our backs, we wonder, is this the end of our endless day? What hope have we in these changing seasons when winter comes and does not abate? We watch, cold and dying, at what may be our final sunset. As the seasons warn each year, the time to build is followed by a time for ruin. 2 sons of the mortal king were left with Talarain betwixt them, but neither held his share complete. And as these mortals built their kingdom, so too they had destroyed it all with war.
Allow me to introduce. I shall be honest with you. I am not one for excellent. Rotclaw is a warrior. Well, perhaps we shall speak later.
The mortals fought over the castles and hills. The servants of the Asta clan divided the remains between them. They called themselves Ratifer, Kents, and Skates. They hid their rocks and metal under their castles and called them home. They hoarded treasures and watched the seasons wear their stone walls and their wills. Now the vales and dells of Talarain stand abandoned. The once great citadels that stood in triumph now lie in ruins. Once pure, they have left the land, and with it, the mark of mortal sins.
Many a beast still. I have given him the Smiler lurks near the well. Smiler has fought well. You have done your... And this particular beast, Colmere, is an Etin. The Etin are not very intelligent creatures. Well, perhaps we shall speak later. Slain, the real challengers are these Jotun. There is a Jotun, a chieftain not far from here. Be cautious. Well, perhaps we shall speak later.
I don't suppose you have... I believe I have perfected... Then one vial should check. Perhaps.
only take a few...
Ay, Josué.
What can I interest you with today, man? Please. Bye-bye. Bye.
There's got to be a way through here. Any luck finding Ventrinio and his big secret? Aelin and Ventrinio together? I wouldn't turn my back on either of them, but speaking of trouble, this can't end here.
Sometimes one soldier can do what an entire army cannot.
You haven't tried approaching, have you? No, of course you haven't. You're still alive. This took a little longer to find than I had hoped, but it should be exactly what you need. Dren had a twin in the Summer Court, Dith the Defender of Valor. They were both entirely immune to each other's... She faded when the House of Valor fell, but my early experiments with the Well of Souls provided a quite useful little surprise. You see, when trying to draw life energy from the ether, I captured her essence and bound it into this charm. With this, you will be immune to Dren's power. Now be fair. Fae don't have souls as mortals do. They are a form of magic with a physical form, and I only got a little of it anyway. Just enough for a certain degree of immunity to Dren's power. It only works for one person, but it'll be enough for you to reach him. Trouble is, he'll be immune to your power as well. But I'm sure you can think of something. With the Essence of Valor, you can withstand Dren's attacks. Stop being such a child and go face him. Now, go show that to the victor.
Turn back or die. Then you shall die like the others before you. I made an oath to protect my house and my homeland. No power short of death can keep me from fulfilling my duties. I know your intentions are to free my people from the Tuatha. You seem an honorable sort. You even bear the blessing of my sister. But I have sworn an oath to defend my house and homeland. I cannot let you in without a fight, and you cannot win against me. If only things could be different. If only the Tuatha were gone and my sister was back. My oath stands. Fight each other until the mountains wear away, but that will aid nothing. My sister and I were chosen to protect our kind. So long as our houses stood, the Fae would never pass from this world. I in pride, and she in valor. We never imagined that our houses could crumble beneath our feet. Mortals led to the collapse of my sister's house, but with Gadflow's help, they shall not have mine. He may take pride with his Prismere and his obscene god, but it will keep us eternal. I cannot yield, but if your true intent is to stop Gadflow, then perhaps there is a way my house and my honor could remain pure. If you would promise to spare the House of Pride, then we could put aside our powers and have an honest battle. Win, and your army may pass. If this is the only way to secure a chance for my house's untainted survival, then so be it. If you should win, then destroy the Tuatha in my house and the hateful witch knight Myrna. Then we can be truly free.
You did it! You actually beat him! Guess I owe Ventrinio a drink. A promise is a promise, and the Witch Knights of Pride would be powerful allies to have on our side. I'll send a few soldiers along to help. Meanwhile, I'll get the other troops ready to move into Alabastra once that gate opens. The gate to Alabastra's still closed. Get that gate open, and the army will be ready.
With you here, we can't lose.
Halt! Parl, if you would be so kind as to have a word with us. I have been chosen by the remaining members of our house to speak for all. We were most honored by your intention to free us. We are in seclusion, so it's best to observe this situation without any unnecessary interference. I assure you, we will be more than happy to assist you in Alabastra. Loath as we are to get our hands dirty in this scuffle, perhaps we can offer a more indirect assistance. Simply carry forth and destroy Witch Knight Myrna. And full Prismere Chantry, of course. As the Fae are above mortals, the House of Pride reigns above their fellow Fae, sharing our wisdom, our grace, and our humility. Prince Sidon is a Fae of noble tradition. He would never raise a hand against the High King, just as he would never bow before the Tuatha. We've been gifted with so much. It's only proper that we are also immortal, so as to put our gifts to the most use. Conversely, poor children of dust have How Gadflow came to command such respect is beyond even our wisest. He was little more than a jester at the Winter Court. But he said he found the voice of Tirnoch, and she led him to power. And it seems he was correct. Myself? Why, this one is merely the lowest ranked of our house. And yet we have been chosen as the speaker for the Fae of Pride. To us falls the honor of acting as liaison to your mortal army. Your charming, well-bred, and simply lovely army. The Tuatha bred in our lands before we realized what change they truly represented. Certainly we all share a distaste for mortals, but few of us ever hunted them. Vengeance is such a sloppy, boorish house. Marvelous fighters, of course, but simply crude. They all feel that the world has wronged them somehow. And perhaps it did. How else would they end up in such a hateful house? We eagerly anticipate your success.
And liberated a house full of arrogant backstabber. I should thank you for exposing the disloyal amongst my kin. But then, I have so much to thank you for. Your bravado is nothing more than the mewling of an angry kitten. Each Tuatha you kill makes the rest of us stronger. Each one feeds Tirnoch. The goddess of mercy awakens. And with every step you take into my homeland, she comes that much closer to walking our world and purging your kind. So welcome to Alabastra. It shall be the death of you once more.
We have seen our champion bested, our advantage lost, and our minds are cleared. Bravo to you, champion. House of Pride, in our ineffable wisdom, renounces the Tuatha and demands that you accept our immediate surrender. Your army is welcome here. We trust our benevolence will be well remembered should Gadflow be dethroned. We thank you kindly, and our mages have already been assisting your army in their march into Alabastra. We trust you do not object. Most excellently spoken. You have the commanding presence of a young Aegon, who once also bore the pleasure of our august company. Allow us to welcome you to Alabastra. We trust your visit will be eventful.
House of Pride opened its gates and welcomed us as honorary champions. They say it's simple hospitality, but I suspect we have you to thank. Now is the difficult part. We can hold Cluricon, even push a little into Alabastra, but we don't have the forces to mount a siege on Gadflow. Once the House of Pride gives their word, they'll never break it. At least, not while it looks like we're winning. Our real problem is that we can't march the army through Alabastra. Not in formation, at least. This will call for smaller groups. Alabastra is a maze of valleys. Gadflow's remaining faithful would spot an army moving together, and the valleys would be the death of us. But where an army would fail, the 5 of us can triumph. If we split up, we can travel faster and catch them unaware. We will at the House of Vengeance, on Gadflow's doorstep. From there, we strike at Bale, the heart of his empire. More than you'd think. But I promise I'll explain it all to you. Maybe once Gadflow's dead. I'm sure you know more about it than I do. After all, you were here last. That's where we'll find Gadflow, and where we'll put an end to this whole war. I hope you're ready. This time. The Fae of House Vengeance has always embraced their anger. Before Gadflow, they accepted it and controlled it. Now they wield it like a pair of swords. When mortals were welcomed into the Feylands, Vengeance already despised us as interlopers. When Gadflow declared war, they were already on his side. Now that you've driven off the Tuatha, those House of Pride fools don't even want to acknowledge they ever served Gadflow. Disgusting little turncoats. But useful ones to have on our side, as long as we keep an eye on them. Ventrinio says he has a way to defeat Dren. However he got into Alabastra before, we'll have to use it to put an end to Dren's defenses once and for all. None of us could have foreseen the rise of Gadflow and his army, but we should have, and now we're all facing the price. I'll see you in Alabastra.
Hope you've got better luck this I need to talk with you. I'll find you in Alabastra. When you and I came to Alabastra, we were looking for the source of the Prismere's power. I never found it, but I think you did. And that's why you died. The frosted gem at the center of Alabastra. Full of Prismere. But now it's a lot more full of enemies than it was when we snuck in there. Gone, gutted, and good riddance to them. That'll teach them to stand on the wrong side of a war. You did kill them all, right? Gadflow's got an empire built on Prismere. Think of all the power he's sitting on. And he's wasting it on swords and bows. I've put together a few facts about your death, and I think I know something grave. But not here. I don't want to cause a panic. I'll give them the slip and talk with you a little later.
We're not going to stop Gadflow by just standing here and chatting. Lead the way. I'll meet you at the House of Vengeance. Thanks for giving an old man another chance. It's good to know I've got a future again. And even better not to know what it is. You should have seen Alabastra at its prime. Serene and beautiful as a sky full of stars. I won't lie. Aileen's been a big help. She saved me once or twice at Melson Shear when she could have just let me die. Still can't shake the feeling that she's hiding something. But whatever it is, it's probably not too sinister. Probably. Vale was the seat of the Winter Court. Every bit as cold as Issa is warm. But they're both beautiful in their own ways. The Fae in the House of Vengeance are, bar none, the fiercest, strongest, most downright unstoppable creatures in the land. Not that they have a lot to be vengeful about. After all, Godflow was the one who started the damned war. Doesn't look like there was much of the House of Pride left to save. And I can't imagine they were happy about a mortal doing the saving, either. You know the Summer Court in Issa? Well, the Winter Court are their darker siblings. They're not evil, but they're definitely not nice. Ah, the warm and welcoming Fae of the Summer Court. They were the ones who welcomed man, Alpha, and Gnome into the Feylands. You'd hardly realize the Tuatha are the same sort of creature. Old Sidon's a snake, but he's still on our side. Why, I remember when he helped rescue my fiancée from Rasinon, back in my younger days. Of course, she called off the wedding and just mooned over Sidon after all that. He has that effect. Everyone thinks the immortal Fae are enigmas. But they've got it all wrong. The Fae are simple, far simpler than mortals. They never change. Even when their bodies die, they reform again, often years later. I had wondered what happened to the Winter Fae when Gadflow took control. Seems that they formed the Bitter Frost. They've got as much to fight for as our kind, and nothing left to lose. We couldn't ask for a better ally.
Battery 20%.
Gadflow is just some trumped-up Fae who started hearing voices, I gather. But a crazy with an army is still a threat, sure enough. You know where you stand with a gnome. They're always so focused on their work or research or what have you, that they've got no time for lies. Shame, they try to stay out of fights. Much as we could use their help in the war, staying neutral is about the only way they can stay safe. The Crystal War, they've been calling it. 10 years ago, the Winter Fae turned violent and attacked us in force, calling themselves the Tuatha Deum. They say it's their sacred duty to cleanse the mortals from their lands. Naturally, the humans and Alpha who live here aren't so happy with that plan. It's been going back and forth for years. Where there's war, there's soldiers nervous about their fate, and that's where I come in. The Niskaru are hideous creatures of chaos and corruption. They hated the Arathi, but unlike them, the Niskaru still stalk our world. Thankfully, they've mostly been driven back from the Feylands, but you still find a few lurking deep underground. Strange crystal, Prismir. It's normally a shade of blue, but when you treat it and charge it with magic, it turns blood red. He once offered me an honorary knighthood after I slayed the Dream Eater of Amora. He was quite gracious when I turned him down. Beautiful city, isn't it? You can see why they don't like letting most mortals in. Even the best of us make it look like a mess by comparison. I'll see you at the House of Vengeance. Hope you've got better luck this time.
Hey there.
Hello. Praise Lyria. I thought you'd never arrive. Welcome to Camp Moondown. Are you with Captain Ancilla's company? We need soldiers, not heroes. Still, any help is something. Will you lend a hand? Thank you. Without you, we could not... No! That's a Tuatha now! Come! Goodbye. Hello. give you a taste of what we've been up against. Tuatha see this camp as sacrilege. Thank you for your help. The tales of your courage are true. That I don't know. Fate has thrown so much hardship our way. Tuatha took our healer. The weaponsmith ran off. The mercenaries deserted us when the gold ran out. They're camped on the land bridge to the south, but they're not going anywhere while the Tuatha hold Shadow Pass. If you rescue Colm, our injured could fight again. Raiders seized him 2 nights ago. It was dark, but I'm certain I saw them head to Glass Pillar Caves. Goodbye. Bye.
Hey, don't have much for supplies, but you're welcome to them.
Hello, mortal. I am the Knave of Pride. Wait a moment. The hero of Melson Shear. You have impeccable timing. I have some Bulgans that need to be disposed of. They're everywhere. Big red faces. The stuff of nightmare. The Bulgan masters use them as foot soldiers when they can. They compelled the Bulgan to fight. If you're in the mood, locate these Bulgan masters. Shouldn't be too difficult for the hero of Melson Shear. Well, get to work then, hero. And come see me once you've thwarted the threat. They're a special breed of mage. The Bulgan masters control the Bulgans, hence the name. I was sent to Camp Moondown to help assess the situation. There are greater things at stake. I'm just looking to move on by completing these menial tasks, or having someone complete them for me. I hear she has little experience, but I have better things to do than chat with, or about, those beneath me. Goodbye.
With horrors, screams, and ghostly face, we leave blood in a graven place. The forest black and nighttime sky, the blood that pours forth from your eye. A feast for maggots, craven all, that eat the dying when they fall. Instead of vibrant fighting flesh that fights the Varghest and the Thresh, that knows the plight of Seelie Fae, you who walk the Niralim's way, and reckon fates of mortal dust, and keep an oath or break a trust. We hunger for your corpse once more, to hear your cries and anguished roar.
Time to go on. A little bit more time.
And he named it Prismere. Agarth wanted me to keep an eye on Lady Shear. But you and I've been reviewing my notes of our last trip to Alabastra, and I've come to some startling conclusions about your death and Tiernock. I don't know exactly, but it must have been a tremendously powerful source of magic. So powerful that the Well of Souls couldn't help but pick up on it. You were attuned to the well in my lab, but Hugh's well captured your essence. The power in Bale seems to have been the missing element. What's more, I think that power is the source of the Prismere crystals. Something intelligent and malignant. The creature the Tuatha called Tiernock. No, but her power was the key. In fact, I bet she'll be glad to kill you again. And this time there's no Well of Souls to capture your essence. She's not a god. She's something much, much worse. And judging by the growth of this Prismere, she's very close to coming into our world. For whatever Gadflo's been doing, it's all in order to bring her here. You've got to stop him before it's too late. Tiernock isn't a god. No god has ever commanded that much magic directly. Whatever she is, she must be amazingly powerful. I can see why Gadflo would worship her. Imagine controlling that much raw magic. With tremendous difficulty. Even so, there weren't as many Tuatha here, and we used magic to keep us hidden. Magic which you provided, in fact. You never did explain where you got those fascinating little artifacts.
Ventrinio insists on coming with me. Just as well. Someone should keep an eye on him. No telling where his true loyalties lie, or what he might do. I was going to sneak there by myself, but Ventrinio insists on following me. Don't worry. I'll make sure he's safe. Very noble. But we need to stay separate in order to avoid drawing too much attention. The gnome is more than enough for me to deal with. I'll see you soon enough. Don't worry. I'll see... No telling where his true loyalty... I'll see you in Alabastra.
Illyria. It was you who stood against Baelor when Telera fell. I am commander of the Ariad. Do you bring word of my reinforcements? The ash covering the ground ahead is all that remains of my men. The Tuatha have built a gauntlet of spell-casting sentries who greeted our every advance with fire. It's just, these Tuatha wage war like none I've known. But if you're brave enough to challenge them, we may have a chance. If you can neutralize these sentries, I will charge the approach myself. Together, we might be able to break their lines. We are called the eyes and ears of the Alpha. We are the sword in the dark. My men trained for years to be unleashed upon the Tuatha. I swear, before I too have fallen, winter will burn. Even after the Baelor was unleashed, I believed in Telera. She was the great general. I thought she would, in time, return from exile with our salvation. And so she did. Oh, to have been there, at her side, when she struck the demon down. When the Ariad chose me, I'd lost everything. My friends, my family. We trained for years, preparing to take the battle to the Tuatha. Then our moment arrived, and in an instant, only I remained. Even if it means my last breath, I will see the Tuatha burn. I was a scout under Telera's command when Baelor was first unleashed upon us. I witnessed with these eyes what that beast did to our people. For what you have done, friend, you'll never have to buy your own ale. The pass ahead is defended by a sorcerer on the Overlook. See if you can find a path to his position and attack him from behind. If you can do this, I'll bring steel to the Tuatha line. Until later, then. begun. But we must press on lest the Tuatha secure the high ground. There are more sentries ahead. Each must be killed before we can advance. Until later, then.
There, got myself a little tied up. And is it a trick of the eye, or are these crystals growing? Just got myself tied up in some trouble with the locals. Honestly, I haven't had this much fun in decades. Keep going. I'll meet you at And is it a trick of the eye, or are these crystals... Not on your life. This old man can still take care of himself, you know? But I will take just a moment to catch my breath. Stupid old lungs. Keep going. I'll meet you at Vengeance.
¿Qué tal está, eh?
Excellent work. The Tuatha are consumed by madness and deserve only death. We shall give it to them. The main Tuatha encampment lies ahead. Take cover with me there, and we'll discuss the final assault. Stay safe.
The skulls atop high fulgen shine, and coldly gleam in a precise line. For us who chew on hollowed bones, while alive we wail vapid moans. It's delight for us to feed, to feast, we the winter of the East. We the corpses in putrid bloom, we of decay and twilight gloom, will never hold our hungered weight, till spilled blood is on our plate. So come into our lands at night, and see an endless wintry sight.
final Tuatha encampment is just ahead. I cannot deceive you. This will be a suicide mission. We need only kill Decidin, and Shadow Pass will be rid of the Tuatha. He has killed countless Alfar. I lost many friends that day, and I have not forgotten the one who slaughtered them. Stay safe.
The anger festers in the heart, and perfectly you play the part of hero of the summer's west, bringing Tuatha to their rest. Why do you try so hard in vain? Why bring the others senseless pain? Don't you see, mortal, don't you see, the body impaled on the tree? Will you not witness their loss, and feed upon the awful dross? Or walk again past corpses new, without care for the rotting few?
That's the last of them. We've paid a heavy price, but Shadow Pass is ours. I'll make camp here until reinforcements arrive. It was an honor to fight by your side. Maybe this will help you out. Stay safe.
The House of Vengeance enacted the whims of our mad king. The divided court became Gadflow's Tuatha by force or by rebirth. The Winter Fae dwindled before this wave of frenzied strife, and before long, they were soldiers in an immortal army, or they were outcast. The greatest of vengeance, Malwyn, Claran, Vescain among them, became his witch knights. War had come again to the Fae. But instead of by Lord Own, it was Gadflow the king without a winter.
We leave soon.
I am surprised to see a mortal so far south. Before, there was balance. The great cycle cradled us all. Bareth was right about you. Your mortality is contagious. Hoping to assuage your mortal guilt, but there is another route. Our people will not wait much longer, and some have already gone on their own. You are, by my reckoning, a step closer to absolution. Come, the tunnel is not long, but my people are weak and unfit for combat, and the Mergen are clever. Let's go.
You must hurry. They're the survivors of Eventide who can forgive me. Ever since the when he refused first, one day. That is all Gas needed to unravel. Wonderful! His camp of Casimir is to the north, but the enemy is out there. They won't be careful.
Get out of here! It's a trap! Forgive me if I'm... Do you happen to have one on you? Pity. Or, I suppose you could make the potion yourself. Tuatha took... a little precaution I take to deter Phil. Make it off. Just get... Goodbye. At last. Give it to me. If you could escort me to the exit. Goodbye. For all your help. Camp was already set up, bad as it was when I got there. Goodbye.
Back so soon?
Watch your back. On behalf of the Ashmore survivors, I thank you, Mart. Now go. Others need you still. See you again.
Hello. Colm is back? A healer will patch our wound. I don't suppose you'd agree to help us again. Anella is. She talked a lot about the Whispering Cave. Goodbye.
You have returned. Ah, thank you, mortal.
Nothing. Very funny. Oh, I see. The captain sent you, didn't she? Go back and tell her I'm not leaving without the Breath of Arbor. It's a staff crafted by the brilliant Dogglefar mage. According to his writings, he imbued it with great summoning powers in Prismere. Come, I'll show you.
Thank you. No point in... Escort me to the exit where it is safe.
Smith, alive, and she brings with her a powerful magic, and well timed. The Tuatha are on the move. Goodbye.
Hello.
There today.
I hear them marching. Quick, to the defenses!
My loved one, I will stay and fight with Captain Kenway. She needs over here. She can get.
Thanks to you, we might actually live to see reinforcements arrive. You could bring back the mercenary. We'll need them if we are to hold a bit longer. Are you up to the task? They meant to desert us. You will have to deal with their leader, Gorham Kane. They have a temporary camp on the natural bridge to the south. They plan to depart Alabastra soon. Goodbye.
Good work out there today.
I don't need no more stragglers trying me for a penny. Damn parasites. High Fulgen's no place for the likes of you. Listen here, I fight hard for my living. If folks don't compensate me justly, I make for elsewhere. If Moondown wants our help, they either pay or help us get through this pass. If you clear out the Tuatha watchtowers between here and Shadow Pass, we can give Captain Camwin a bit more of our time. What do you say? Fine. You must know a thing or two about sacrifice to talk like that. We'll go to Moondown and we'll fight, but after this I'm through with charity. Goodbye.
Restoring Camp Moondown. I am no great leader. Speak to them. Inspire them to greatness. Yes, they trust you, hero. Lead them. Goodbye.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you enough. Be safe in your travels and remember, you will always have friends at Camp Moondown. You are welcome in our camp.
Keep your eyes peeled. Things going?
Yes, what's mine is yours. If I have something you need, you're welcome to it.
Yes, mortal. Thank you again for bringing me back to my garden. I'm doing my best to coax the buds back from their hiding places. Farewell.
But Gadflow was not content to rule the Court of Winter. Mortals would bow before him as well. And so he made war on your people and drove them from the Eastern lands. The Alfar fell before an avalanche of corrupted fervor. The Tuatha acted as one army and built the Prismere Chantries as new idols of their false mountain god, their Tirnoch. O gloried stranger in our land, bringing death with the fate's own hand, filling the graves with corpses new, that feed the vultures, mortals too. Yes, they'll eat the flesh of the dead, and tear the limbs off, and the head. They only need the slightest lie to give them reason as to why their minds should be free from all guilt. And that is how your morals wilt. Continue, stranger, in our home, where demons tread and evils roam. For you are now a part of woe, blight, dusk, ruin, and living foe.
¿Quién vive? Buenos días. Papi Chelacan. No, güey, ¿por qué? Así es. Verga, eso está muy bueno.
You're back. I was keeping an eye on you from a safe distance, to see if you would keep your promise. I am amazed. I dared not speak of it, but there are prophecies of a mortal who would herald our kind's passing, while the defeat of Gask will count as a victory against the madness of Gadflow. I wonder if it is a harbinger of darker nights ahead. Prophecies aside, you have done as I asked, and we, the clan of Ashmore, recognize you. Farewell.
Agarth will not be far behind you. A scout on the ridge above saw the Tuatha mounting for a counterattack. You should hear what he has to say before... If you'd rather not wait, talk with Agarth. Time is of the essence. The Pale Country, once the peaceful home to the Winter Court. Now Gadflow squats in her heart like a rat in the flesh. My homeland will not suffer this indignity. Together, we must extract the Tuatha, even if it means the end of my people. Legend says it was where the first alliance between enemies was formed. And we Fae do so love to repeat legends, don't we? The House of Vengeance was a place of fierce honor and stoic determination that made granite seem soft and fickle. But not anymore. When Gadflow rose up, he unleashed their bottled hatred and turned it against the mortals. Now, they're led by a vicious cur, more beast than Fae. Before Gadflow's rise, he was a battered whelp of a Fae. Now, his suffering has only added to his power. And here he keeps a stable of trolls. But I can't be sure if they're his pets or his lovers. Ale, the icy heart of my people, with bridges of woven stone and ice. It sickens me to think of what Gadflow's people have done to us. Dren is the defender of the House of Pride. He may help the Tuatha, but he doesn't serve them. House of Pride, our shining beacon. Now its light is dim and faltering, but it still stands against the darkness, as it always has. That little fool used to be nothing more than a capering jester in the Winter Court. But he found the power to rise against the High King and defeat him. It's enough to make you think there's something to his god, Tirnoch. Agarth, if he tells you he's ready, then my people are as well. Of course, if you wish to proceed with caution, the scout on the ridge will know what we're up against. Careful. This is worse.
Foolish mortals, listen well to advice in this tale of atrocities that we will tell. Horror awaits the fools who fell and languish behind arcane veil. only sung, but now a god, proclaimed enchanting song. They worship on their earthen sod, and bow their heads and pray and nod. Another name to bear their wrong. The flames of warlike engines roar, and quick through heaven's path, in Gadflow's name they battle more. And then, despite the peace of yore, will murder neighbors in their wrath.
Good to see you here. Ready? The Cur's the closest thing Vengeance has to a leader anymore. A Fae so consumed with hatred that he's little more than a beast. If you're going to get into Bale, the Cur has to die. I am. But there hasn't been any sign of Aelin Shear or Ventrinia. Damn it all, I knew we couldn't trust her. I sent Ventrinio to keep an eye on her. He was sending me messages until recently. But there were fewer and fewer as we've gotten closer to Bale. We need to get through the House of Vengeance and kill the Cur. And we'll have to do it without them. No, whatever Gadflow is doing in there, it's growing with every wasted minute. Even if Aelin didn't betray us, we don't have time to wait. Listen, you're more powerful than I ever was. If anyone can stop this, it's you. When you kill Cur, go into Bale and stop Gadflow. If we get separated, we'll keep fighting to keep an escape route open for you. Now go. Stay on guard.
They left you helpless and without hope, among the barren plains or searching for food on mountain slopes, and finding only gallows rope. And then you thanked them for your pains. As the sun is to the forest, Tirnoch is to the Fae of winter. Some embraced this new god, this break from the great cycle. Others hid in the darkest of places. Gadflow spoke of Tirnoch, and the Prismere emanated its power. It is a source of magic and hatred. It no longer slumbers beneath Amethyst. The unbroken horizon of the winter is now the fiery haze of destruction. So these two sides are yours to choose. and the evils they put out. One to kill you without a ruse. One you're merely tools for their use. Either way, a foolhardy seat.
Looks like this is it. nearly there. Looks like this is it. Looks like this is it.
Sabe que ser. Primero. Ahora sí. Sí, well. ¿Ves que te dije a dónde tenía que llegar? Más bien, ¿recuerdas a dónde te dije que tenía que llegar? Pues ya llegué.
My deepest apologies for not being able to join the battle. Ventrinia was something of a hassle. He attacked me. It was only a matter of time before his greed got the better of him. The closer we got to Baal, the more obsessed he became with Tianok, and with harnessing Tianok's power, just like Gadflow did. That's why he had to be stopped, and why we need to talk about our mission. I wasn't sure I could trust you. You're not the same person you used to be. We're running out of time. I'll explain as we go. Lead on. I'm right behind you.
The winter court was still as fallen snow as the jester danced and capered. Juggling knives and torches, he sang to his lords
Fighting
and
at your
ladies.
side, but just like
None
the old
smiled.
days.
Not an eyebrow raised as the sniveling jester imitated the king. Not even when he took the crown from his head. Because this was the day that Gadflow murdered the Winter Court. This was the day the Tuatha were born, and our people became a sacrifice for Tirnoch.
You and I carry on a duty that has been fulfilled for centuries. We keep the world from being consumed by greed. This is no time to dawdle. Lead on. I'm right back. This is no time to dawdle. You're the one who stepped forward to stop Gadflow and the source of his power. Even though fate said you were doomed to fail. This time, fate cannot control you. But I expect you to succeed.
Yes, we do.
Here we are, in the heart of the enemy's defenses. And this time, I trust you not to fail. Somehow Gadflow found a way to reach out to Tirnoch. Or perhaps she was able to seek out his twisted mind. She offered him power, and with it, he began the Tuatha. No wonder Gadflow thinks she's a god. Then Trinia was right. Tirnoch is no god. She has almost as much power, and is every bit as dangerous to the world as any dark god. Her powers raised Gadflow from a jester to a warlord, and in return, his army would usher in a chance for her to enter this world and consume it. Lead on. I'm right behind you.
Since the Alabaster Wall was young, the beautiful bone-white forest was a place of peace and meditation. No piercing birdsong nor heated word could find its way between the branches. Quiet thought prevailed until...
Tirnoch's tainted influence. Only a fool like her could walk eternal creatures like the Fae. So you came to infiltrate Alabaster. If you couldn't stop, you had to
The greatest
try.
heroes of winter have
Even though
always
the Fate
fallen
Weaver
from the
said
Vale's
you were
pale
doomed.
boughs. From Pietra the Keen
As
to Hulgan
always,
the Hungry. When the Tuatha claimed dominance
Weavers
over us,
were right.
heroes arose to defend winter. Gadflow laughed at their challenge and called up Tirnoch's wrath. In a second, our most loyal heroes were impaled by Prismeer spires. Our heroes were gone, never to be reborn, and our people succumbed to Gadflow's madness.
When I found you in Dalentarth, when I saw you had come back to life, I wasn't sure how much you remembered. I couldn't be certain you would keep our secrets. I considered killing you then and there. Nothing personal. You would have done the same to me. But then I saw what you had become. I saw the new powers you wielded. And I saw how useful you could be.
Shall be honored.
Qué casual.
Only choice. So I helped you continue your mission to stop Tirnoch, even if you had forgotten it. But over time, I realized you weren't the same woman you were when you died. You were more. You were better than the heartless commander I had known.
In happier times, the Winter Court would come here to bathe in the colors of the midnight gardens. Night violets and pale moonflowers blossomed on a field of bluest grass studded with frost. When stars aligned, the Aurora Borealis danced for the Queen herself. But now the Tuatha have crushed the gardens and planted only corpses. The fruit of their tortured garden is only blood red.
And so, instead of an arcane age, Gadflow would have an endless winter. Not the winter of the Fae, but of Tirnoch's making. Gadflow has seen the visions of annihilation, of a blissful void across the world. It is not the will of Own, but against nature. The ageless decay of our people has become a weapon against yours. You, the Deathbringer and Siegebreaker, the usurper of fate and twice born, must become the Godslayer.
This is no time to dawdle. Lead on. I'm right behind you.
At long last, Gadflow has crushed the Winter Fae, and his Tuatha rules us utterly. No longer are we reborn into this world, unless his god Tirnoch wills it so. This monster has crushed us, and our kind shall pass from this world. But our memories must yet last.
You were
When
destined to
Gadflow
die.
is gone,
This
and his
time,
god is
your
left for another
destiny is
people
up
to
to you.
ravage, I may be freed from my tomb, and then I may share what dreams we made. It is the only immortality any of us may hope for now.
Now we have a chance to finally come.
January.
Let's put an end to Gadflow before his bargain frees Tirnoch on the world.
¿Sí vas a ir? ¿Parece algo?
This must have been a lot for you to take in at once. But I need you to be clear on who you are and what you need to do. A lot has changed since you were here last. It isn't going to be as easy this time. And last time it killed you. Oh, she's a creature with incredible power. A dragon. But she is no simple lizard in some child's tale. She has a power rivaled only by the gods. Thousands of years ago, the ancient Alpha sealed her in the Amethyst between this world and the world of magic. And there she went mad. As her prison weakened over time, she was able to tempt Gadflow into helping her gain enough power to break free. And if she escapes fully, it will mean the end of all mortal life. Tirnoch's revenge for tens of thousands of years of imprisonment. That's why people like you and I have dedicated our lives to keeping Tirnoch's secret from the world. We were supposed to keep Tirnoch hidden from the world. Anyone who learned too much had to die. But when Gadflow found her, you were the one who volunteered to kill him and seal Tirnoch away once more, even though you were fated to fail. It took every trick we had to get you here the first time, and you still died. I don't know if you plan to be resurrected, but knowing you, I wouldn't be surprised. Everyone who knows the truth of Tirnoch will be dead, and Tirnoch will be sealed away once again. We can return to our duty of keeping the knowledge secret, assuming that's the life you want to return to. But if you refuse, then I'd have to make sure you never tell the truth about Tirnoch. Of course, I'd rather it didn't come to that. But you would have done the same.
No lo sé.
Huh. I have more important things to do than love. And so do you. But I do trust you with the fate of my world. It may not set your heart aflutter to hear it, but it'll have to do. Lead on. This is no time to dawdle. Lead on. I'm right behind you.
Compara lo que has visto. Y si te conviene, cómpralo. Nomás checa bien lo del firmware que te había platicado.
You don't understand, do you? The power of Tianok has rewritten the fate. Yes! Return to your grave!
Lo del herborcillo ese que disminuye la vida útil. Ah, también la velocidad, obviamente. Todo eso.
Tremble, child of dust!
Something's not right. If Gadflow isn't here, then he must be hiding further underground, someplace closer to the source of the Prismere.
Okay.
Definitely. The war's not over yet. Whatever bargain Gadflow made with Tianok, it's about to pay off. When that happens, the world will not be spared her wrath. In the heart of Alabastra is the former unseelie city of Baal. Beneath the Winter King's court, there is the cave of Amathin. It's a place of tremendous power. It is where Turnok is imprisoned, and where you died. We were two of the people who were supposed to keep Turnok hidden from the world. Anyone who learned too much had to die. But when Gadflow found her, you were the one who volunteered to kill him and seal Turnok away once more, even though you were fated to fail. It took every trick we had to get you here the first time, and you still died. I don't know if you plan to be resurrected. She's imprisoned deep in the Amathin, but Gadflow's war has weakened her bonds. There's no time to spare. If she gets free, our world is lost. This way. Turnok is held captive deep in the Amathin, but her prison is weakening by the moment.
I feel you here again, full of life, full of fate. What have you brought
I can feel Turnok's eyes upon us.
You've used your power well. So much potential. Let's have a taste, shall we?
Stolen and turned it against you. Perhaps it is not inaccurate to think of her as a god.
your kind emerged from the dark. But now, my freedom draws near.
We cannot let Gadflow go free. Eternok.
Endurance. Firmware.
Godflow's prayers weaken this prison, but he is not the one who will set you free.
Listen, you're the only one who has the power to stop her.
When you first came to me, death was your only fate, but I am very sweet. And you were so eager to play your role.
Chose this? What does she mean by that? Tiernok awakens. We need to move. Tiernok's power is immense. She just tore up a splinter of what you could have been and turned it against you when she killed you. That much power must have torn you free of the entire tapestry of fate. This way.
I gave you freedom, and now you have returned to grant me mine.
Only you have the power to reseal Tiernok inside the Amathen. I must keep the secret of her existence from the world. Once Tiernok is pushed back into her prison, these caverns must be sealed. But that leaves one question. Can I trust you to keep Tiernok's secret? There are things in this world that must remain hidden. If the power of the dragons were widely known, well, you've seen what has happened here. Gadflow tapped a fraction of her power. He upset the great cycle of the Fae and waged a genocidal war on the young races. Just coming in contact with her power managed to free you from fate's bonds. And if you can turn that freedom against her, she will have no power over Amalur. Nothing like you has ever existed before. As always, there's no way of knowing your future. If you're victorious, it may be the last time you change the fate of the world. Even if you fall back into fate's weave once her influence is gone from this world, it will be a far better fate than what Tiernok's emergence would bring. excellent. After all that you've done, it would have been a shame for you to die a second time. If you do escape, I will be watching you. And know this, anyone who learns the truth of what happens here, I will silence myself. Go. Stop Tianak from fully entering this world. But remember, my blades will always be at your back. Nothing in the world is fated to stop Tianak. That's why you're the only one who has a chance. I'm just here to make sure you take it. Let's go.
Bien amenazado.
There's no turning back now.
Come, Fate Weaver. Bring me your power. Sacrifice yourself and seal the fate of your world.
It's time to choose your fate.
¿Y si está ahí en la tienda?
Lies beyond.
En esa tienda.
This is where the dragon will breach the veil.
Come forward, mortals. Behold the birth of Tiernach. Attend your final hour.
My fate does not lie beyond those doors. You alone may change what is to come. Go!
Ah, yes. Welcome back, mortal. How does it feel, I wonder, to return to this place? Does the pain of your death still linger? Can you feel it echo through the air? And now, in this place, you shall witness the birth of Tiernach, the destruction of the Alpha, and the dawn of the endless winter. Comes Tiernach the powerful, Tiernach the merciful, qualla fella Tiernach, qualla sera Tiernach.
Arre, pues. Que te vaya bien.
Tiernach? Have I done well, lady? Are you pleased? Is it...
You have served your purpose.
But I have so much more to give.
Adiós, pendejo.
Come closer. Give yourself to me.
¿A qué hora le puedo pegar?
Your freedom from fate is nothing.
How could we have known that this would be a new beginning? I wonder now if we should have foreseen this outcome, but who knew then what fate would bring? I would have liked to have delivered this message in person, to see you one final time. That, however, would have been complicated. The order to which I belong had other plans. Were you ever to leave the crystalline fortress? When it comes to you, though, it seems no fate is written in stone. It was only through my assurances that your silence could be counted upon that either one of us still draws breath. I trust you will not make of me a liar. Were stories of what we have seen to begin to surface in the inns and taverns of Amalur, I would be asked to seek you out. And as we both know, the next time you die, there will be no return. But let us not speak of this. Your life is your own. Go now, and see what fate may bring you, or what fate you may bring. Perhaps one day in happier times, you and I will meet again. Until that day, I remain yours, Aelin Share.
Mm.